3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good.
Well, good morning, everyone. We are going to begin our negotiation session between the city and the fire union. And last time we met, we mentioned that we would go over the proposal of the association in more detail than what we did last time. So if you're okay with that, we can get started.
Sure.
Okay, Liz?
Before we get into that, I wanted to take care of a couple of housekeeping things. One is, it sounded from the review that we all went through together from our last negotiation session that Article 24 was agreed to. And so I brought a TA on Article 24 that just captures the clarification that we had made in the proposal. I will send this around for you all. There are 2 copies for you to take a look at. Very good. Appreciate that. The other thing that we wanted to take care of this morning, we had proposed in our proposal packet changes to promotion that included assessments for additional supervisory ranks. We have changes to that proposal just as we've reviewed it and effectively. So I'll send this proposal around for you all to take a look at. So this would supersede our prior proposal that we gave to you all. And the effect of it is to provide for video assessments for all the ranks that we're proposing to do assessments for. And so the prior proposal had an in-person component. And so we've just made it all video assessments when it finally gets up and running. So we have that for your review. We wanted to get that on the table as soon as possible. And then the other thing that we wanted to clarify in our proposal packet, which included our slide deck that we had reviewed at a high level, what our intentions were behind each of the proposals, we had included in slide 11 a listing of other articles where we were providing clarifying language and some cleanup as well. One of those is drugs and alcohol. And the drugs and alcohol language actually didn't make it into the packet. So we're providing that particular proposal. It'll have today's date on it when you see it. And I'll let it get around to you. And I'll show you, we just have a strike through in a particular section. So if you turn to section 5, where we have the threshold levels, and this was an addition by the arbitration award from last go round, there were additional drugs that were added to the list of drugs for testing. And as it turned out in implementation, the cutoff levels that we had received as the proposed cutoff levels for that threshold testing turned out to be not practical from the lab's perspective. So effectively, we were not able to meet these threshold levels. So we've struck those so that the lab can determine what the threshold levels are for us to be able to test for these particular drugs. And so you'll see that under the language, diazepam, midazolam, the benzos, ketamine, fentanyl. So just wanted to be sure that we highlighted that. And then while we had the drugs and alcohol article in front of us, wanted to take this opportunity to get from you all the intent behind your proposal with regard to the marijuana testing. So if you want to give us, take the time to explain that to us, that would be great.
Sure. The issue that we have with marijuana metabolites in the drug testing process now is the issue that, it's not a San Antonio issue, it's an everywhere issue, and that's the problem with connecting a marijuana metabolite drug test result with impairment, right? And it's pretty clear now that you can't, regardless of whatever your score might be with respect to a marijuana metabolite or THCA levels, there's not enough science out there to connect that to impairment. And so our proposal is to eliminate the THC levels from random testing and from post-accident testing, because those tests results in and of themselves don't provide any indication of impairment, which is the goal, right? Nobody wants anybody at work while they're impaired. It's important to note that, we would not change that with respect to reasonable suspicion testing, right? So as long as we have the other indicia that would warrant reasonable suspicion for a test, and I think given that the city hasn't elected to propose to change any of that language, and neither have we've got pretty good drug testing language in the contract, and lots of good language on reasonable suspicion. We train our supervisors to detect. For marijuana these days, there's lots of training and education on how do you detect impairment in ways that we're not just stuck with that THC level. And even with post-accident testing, right? There's a real overlap, between, is there ever going to be a post-accident situation where there's not reasonable suspicion to test, right? Oftentimes there's going to be reasonable suspicion that would warrant a test, but what we're seeking to do is to not have marijuana testing immediately when there's no reasonable suspicion, because that result that we get in a random test or in a post-accident test even is meaningless to us. So that's the idea. Now, given changes at the federal level, some changes at the federal level, primarily with respect to science, right? We couldn't, alcohol testing is easy, right? We've got 70 years of good science, or we can kind of dial in impairment to test results. Marijuana, because it's a scheduled drug, right? You can't do science, or you couldn't do science, on testing until only very recently we've opened that up. And so my guess is within 5 years to 10 years, we're going to have a test, that is going to be able to connect to impairment. Once we have a test that does that, great, we'll add it in. But currently, as it stands now, those THC levels just don't tell us anything about impairment. So that's why we're making the proposal.
Well, we appreciate having a better sense of where the why is coming from that. I guess from one of the perspectives that we have is marijuana is still considered illegal. And so for purposes of testing, the fact that, it's still an illicit substance that could have impairment concerns is the rationale behind including marijuana as part of it. So,
and remember, it's not just, there's CBD oils, there are all these products out there that people may utilize for pain relief, et cetera, that despite what the labels may say, right, depending on what product you use and how much of that product you use, even though there isn't going to be any impairment, that still could wind up with a hot test, because you could have THC levels that are sufficient to trigger the DOT levels. And so there's lots of reasons why there are concerns about marijuana testing. And it's interesting. You guys know, just from being up on things, most private sector employers have moved away from random testing anyway. Certainly random testing for marijuana. In public safety land, there's a lot of resistance on the union side, right? And people are very concerned about, wait a minute, we want to make sure that people aren't impaired at work, given the nature of the work that we do and given our own personal safety. And we want to be very clear that this isn't a proposal where we're saying everybody wants to get high, right? Because that's not what it is. What we want is to make sure that the testing process that we have in the contract is meaningful as it relates to how we determine impairment. And because this one type of test right now is meaningless to us, we're suggesting that we take it out.
Well, and I guess from our perspective, it does have meaning because it is an illegal substance. And aside from that, I just wanted to be sure you mentioned, that there may be, I gleaned from what you explained that there may be some medical underlying reasons why somebody would have it in, you know, something that they're taking. Our testing process, I think if you take a good look at it, allows for that consideration. And certainly, you know, we believe the way the parameters are set out allows us to ensure that we're compliant with any legal requirements to be able to accommodate for that. So I just want to be sure that, you know, the value we have in it is it's still an illegal substance. And so that could lead to impairment. And that's, you know, one of the underlying concerns and why random is a useful tool. And so I would just ask you to, you know,
Yeah.
take a good look at the different sections. I think the way that not only are they written, but the way they work in practice, that you'll see it provides for the appropriate considerations if there's, you know, use for medicinal purposes that is legitimate.
Yeah, and I don't know what the experience, without getting into the specifics, what your MRO experience is here. So what's going to be considered? I think that actually the language in our proposal, right, isn't that you not test. I think it's that that not be considered a positive test, right? So what does the MRO consider as a positive?
Yeah.
Is something that we can talk about. So
Right.
I'd be interested to see how they deal with that now. But our
Yeah.
concern is just
Yeah.
impairment.
And it's pretty specific in terms of if it does come up hot, it's a rebuttable presumption. So you have the full capacity to be able to get your reasoning before the MRO. The MRO has to make sort of certain specific findings before determining that it is a positive test that has to be communicated. So there's several levels before anything is ever communicated as a positive test back to the city.
Thanks, Liz.
Last week, when we met, there were a couple of items that you had requested additional information, and I just wanted to give you an update on one. On the applicant information tested and eligibility going back to 2014, we're working on getting that data. We hope to have that by tomorrow when we meet. The next item has to do with the health benefits city proposal. There was a question about pharmacy and the current contract and the most recent MOU that we signed when we made changes to the CDHP deductible and the HSA, the health savings account, reflects the 3 tiers. So effectively, the city changed to 2 tiers in 2023. So when we signed the MOU last year, reflecting the changes again on the CDHP, the deductibles as well as the HSA, we should have revised that, and we did not. So if you were, and happy to provide that information, but we went back to the benefit documents that we provide to employees during their enrollment season, and you'll see those reflected in 2023 and 2024.
Okay, so the 2 tiers, we'll set aside discussions of like how it happened and all that stuff. But from the city's perspective, the proposal that you're making in eliminating the reference to the 3rd tier could be something that we would consider a housekeeping proposal. It's reflecting what's happening currently, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you very much.
So now that we talked about those items, we'll start from the top in terms of the articles that you provided, or the proposals, I should say, that you provided to us. So the last list that you sent to us, starting with Article 3 for management rights, we wanted to hear more about the why of your request on returning the positions, you know, other than conversations with firefighters who have been here for more than 25 years. It appears that applicant processing, there were uniform employees back then. So we just wanted to know more. I couldn't find anything that would have indicated that we civilianize those positions, or when the change would have happened, or how many there were back then. And again, this is going back 25, 30 years. and also on the emergency management as well. So there's anything else that you can provide to us as we review your proposal? So I'll take it you don't have anything right now, additional than what you
No, if
shared
there's
last
a
time?
response, I'll let you know.
Okay,
Thanks.
sounds good. So moving to Article 6.
So with regard to union activity, one of the things that we'd heard from you all is we believe we understand the request, but in sort of considering the additional, and if I mischaracterize it, please correct me, but in understanding the request, it's additions and vacations to the members, and then the members then donating that to the union leave pool for additional union leave. Based on that understanding, we're going to prepare a counter proposal that captures that. We haven't seen language from you, but we get a sense of what the mechanics are of it. And so we'll work on a counter proposal that incorporates in part your request.
Thanks, Liz.
Mhm.
And we do have, as promised, we have language for you today.
Do you want to go ahead and give that to us now?
That's up to you. We have it if you'd like it
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, that will be helpful. That may answer some of the questions that we
Okay.
have.
Sure. And just let me just explain what we just handed to you. And in response to the city's request for red line language or markup language in relation to the union's proposals, we did prepare a set of those. They are presented in the same order as the union's proposals were, right? So to keep it, on track, and as you'll see, the format will say, union proposal 1, we're proposing X, and then here is the contract language that we're suggesting. In terms of formatting, it's not styled as maybe in the same manner as a TA, which would, for example, the drug testing article that you gave us has several pages that aren't going to be changed. There's one, small change that you've proposed. What we're doing is when there's a section in a particular article that's not changed, it's not included in there, but it says no change, right? So we're trying to dial in on the specific change in this particular document. The only substantive change in there that may look different from what you received 2 weeks ago is we promised you that we would provide more detail on the proposals related to incentive pays and differentials. We wanted to adjust some of those and tie them to CPI. We did flesh some of that out for you. So that's something you haven't seen, but it's consistent with the original proposal. So that hopefully that'll be helpful for you in considering the proposals.
Thank you, Rick. We appreciate that. What I would suggest is that we take a 15-minute caucus and let us go through them real quick.
Sure.
So that way we can, if anything changed from what
Take
we
as
had
much time
seen
as you need.
before,
Yeah.
then we can come back with some revised questions. If we decide to take more than the 15 minutes, Liz will send you a text, Rick, if
Sounds
we
good.
extend the time.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll be back. Okay, well, thank you to the association for providing us with the language on your proposals. And as we review them fairly quickly, we're going to ask you if you can go in detail through all of them. And that way we can interject with the questions that we had from the original language that you had provided a week ago. Yes, please.
So you've got the list and the language. And like I said earlier, we tried to keep this in the same format that we made our original proposals. And you'll recall that the original proposals were grouped into areas of emphasis, by subject matter. And so we didn't go chronologically through the CBA by article number, just to try to keep things on track. And so the first two were our wage proposals, right? And so what you see in the Article 13 section is we identify the changes that would need to take place, right? And as you know, we've proposed the equity adjustments, the 21.7% equity adjustments spread over a proposed 3-year term. And we have agreed to accept the city's 4% raises, but over a 3-year term with the raises taking effect October 1 of each year. And so the term of the new contract, at least with the time frame that we're proposing, would be October 1st. And so you see that reflected in Article 13, Section 1.
Thank you, Rick. So effectively, we're still looking at the 33.7% increase. Wage increase consistent with what was provided last week.
This is consistent with the proposal the union has made.
Thank you, Rick.
Which we're awaiting response. Thank you. The next proposal has to do with overtime, right? And the language that we've attached to that is in Articles 14 and 15. There's actually a minor change there that in the original proposal, the standby pay language for arson investigators, we had identified that as going into Article 14. There's actually language in 15, and so we corrected that. You'll see in the Article 14 language, what we've done is provided strike-throughs in Section 3, and what they would do, consistent with our proposal, is to make sure that paid leave is considered as productive time, for overtime purposes. And so that's consistent with the proposal that we had made. And with respect to a change to Section 5, that will pick up the proposed change, our proposal Union 3B with respect to mandatory overtime. And that is proposing a system to clarify how mandatory overtime assignments are going to be administered and how many people would be subject to those things. And these are situations where people are essentially on standby in case the department needs to call people in, and so they can't. Their lives are limited in some way. They don't have to stay at home and wait by the phone or wait by their cell phone, but there are limitations. And so we're proposing standby compensation, consistent with the types that you see for that kind of quasi on-call status that people are on. And so the language, we're proposing to put that in a new section of Article 14. It's pretty much verbatim with the original proposal. The change to Article 15 is for the arson investigators. And so that is picked up toward the end, the second to last paragraph of Section 5.
Thank you, Rick. And for purposes of Article 14, we would like to discuss that in more detail tomorrow.
Great.
We talked about the last couple of meetings that the city has an interest in mitigating the cost of overtime.
Mhm.
So we will be prepared to discuss that in detail, and I think at that point, we can go into how this would work and tied to what we are currently doing. So thank you for that.
Thank you. The next proposal has to do with holidays, and that's our proposal 4 to adjust the way that holidays are compensated. And I think, as I noted when we made the original proposal, this is the police system. We're proposing the police compensation system for holidays. And so we've included the changes in Article 18, Section 2 that would implement the changes that we've adjusted. And our understanding is that if the city were to agree to this, then our holiday compensation system would be the same as provided to police.
So Rick, so effectively on Article 15, which is the adjustment for the arson callback pay, and 18 for holidays, this is effectively increasing the overtime pay for the firefighters, but there's no increase to base pay, correct?
There's no change to, well, it's two different things. For the arson investigators, there's no change to base pay. It's an increase to the manner in which arson investigators are compensated, when they work on holidays. And so the base is what it is. We have a separate section with incentive pay proposals that may make adjustments to folks in special assignments, but that proposal doesn't do that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And the holiday proposal obviously isn't changing any bases. It's addressing and adjusting compensation to current levels when employees work on holidays.
Understood. And all that is increases to overtime pay.
That's increases to overtime or holiday, consistent with the way the city compensates police officers.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next proposal, Union Proposal 5 for uniforms, had a couple of changes to the uniform credit and clothing allowance. Those changes would be in Article 20, Section 1. And in the strike-through document, we've identified those changes, right? So there would be adjustments in the current amounts, right? Upward adjustments. And then we, moving forward, would tie those things to CPI so that the uniform amounts wouldn't erode over time, right? And this is nothing new. This is a theme throughout the proposals, that we're looking to restore position relative to CPI, but also we're looking to not wind up in a hole in the future. And so that's why we're trying to set many of the elements of compensation to some standard so that that can change over time. There are other aspects of the contract in which we do that. Obviously, we've been doing that, and the city would like to continue to do that for healthcare with contributions. I think the sick bank actually is tied to there are other elements in the contract where things will grow tied to CPI. And we've proposed that as a method here for uniforms. And you'll see that with respect to other elements of compensation.
So a question on the uniform items and in respect to the credit and the clothing allowance, trying to understand the why in terms of why the adjustment is needed. I know in my history with working on this particular item on the uniform credit, sometimes the vendor has to encourage employees to spend their credit by the end of the cycle. So I'm trying to understand the why in terms of why we would need to increase the amount that is allotted, both the combination of the clothing allowance and the credit.
Yeah, so let me just answer generally, and then maybe more specifically to this particular fire department. But whenever we have uniform or equipment clothing allowances, of course, these are outside of the primary protective equipment that firefighters are going to wear in the course of their work. Sometimes you'll have situations where people don't replace things as often as they should, and so they don't use as much of their uniform allowance or their credit. Other people use it all, and they go through and replace things quicker. You're going to see variation in any department. one of the things that, let me say, a frustration that sometimes employers may raise, which may be consistent with the observation that you've made, is if you have somebody that maybe they haven't spent all their uniform credit, and then they go and they spend it all on socks, or someone is using money that maybe they wouldn't otherwise need to use, and that can be a frustration for employers to say, well, gosh, if you're not using it all and you're buying extra things, why should the amount be what it is, right? One way that, and we don't know, because we don't have access to the information, exactly precisely what the fire department's experience has been with that. And we're happy to look at information that might, inform our position on the increases. One way that we have proposed to eliminate that type of situation, which doesn't really feel good, when that happens. And the flip side is the case too, when someone maxes out and they need something and now they're going into their own pockets to buy, work stuff. And that happens a lot too. And and you're probably already sick of me saying it, and you're certainly going to be really sick of me saying it, we've lost buying power, over the last, decade. And so, the pockets that we're digging into to pay for these other things, don't have as much in them. And so, and we see a little bit of both. So what we're proposing is the increases that we've proposed are picking up changes in CPI over the last 10 years. That's how we arrived at those numbers. And we're trying to tie it moving forward. So we're trying to track increases in the prices of the things that we're buying. But one way to get to maybe a problem or a source of frustration that an employer might have is we've eliminated the spend down. And so we're proposing a carryover. And so if somebody hasn't, spent all of their money, they carry it over into the next year, right? If people, max out, they max out. And sometimes when we have systems like that, once they're in place for, a few years, we get a better sense of, well, everybody's got a carryover of, people, maybe everyone's sitting on big balances. And if that's the case, well, maybe the employer shouldn't make a contribution next year, or, you've got a sense to try to, there's an opportunity there to find whatever the sweet spot is where what do we want, right? And we both have the same goal here. We just want people to have, uniforms and equipment so they can do their job. They're in good condition, keep them safe, and also enable them to represent the city, in a manner that the city would like. And we don't want, it's not a separate bank account, right? Nobody's planning their retirement based on selling socks out of the trunk of their car from the, the uniform allowance. We don't, and nor should they. So we want to have a
And just to clarify, I didn't say that.
You didn't.
I'm just trying to understand the why. Is there an issue with what they can currently buy, the number of uniforms, number of sets? That's what I'm trying to understand. There's no frustration on the city's end. We're just trying, just like as we go through this proposal, understanding the why of why these changes are being requested.
The biggest issue aside from the amounts, we have frustrations over delays with vendors, and some of that can be, management. And some of that can reflect a need for a carryover because you may not, I may have ordered something and I may have a balance left over to pay for that, and it didn't come in November or December, right? And so I might need that money the next year. And so carryovers do provide some flexibility there. But we haven't proposed that you change, we haven't proposed any type of managerial changes there, but that's always a part of it. Okay, so we're going to move on to the incentive pays.
And again, just to be clear, this again is adding to the incentive pays that we provide, and in this case, the allowance, but not to the base pay.
The proposal for uniforms, the uniform credit, the uniform allowance, those are adjustments that are not considered part of base pay.
Thank you.
So incentive pays, proposal 6, and these are changes to Article 22. We highlighted the 5 categories of changes in our proposal that we made a couple of weeks ago. And what you have in front of you are the language changes that would be necessary to implement the proposals that we've made, right? And, I think as I noted when we first made the proposals, Article 22, in every contract, there are articles that are tidier than others. And Article 22 is maybe one of the less tidy articles of the contract, given various changes over the years. And so when you look at the language necessary to implement the changes, there's a lot of blue, a lot of changes, made there. But that's just because of the structure of the article. But the proposals there will do two things, essentially. They're going to adjust fixed amounts to reflect changes in CPI. And so we'll see the first one for Section 2 of Article 22 for Special Operations Unit assignment pay. The amount, well, actually, that's not a good example of that. The hazmat team below, we've got a $100 amount that's identified. We've changed that to 132, and that's to pick up changes in CPI, right? We know 32% increase in the cost of living since October 2013. That 100 becomes 132. That was the first one. That makes it easy for me to do that math.
No, and Rick, you mentioned this earlier, the reference to CPI throughout the different proposals you have. What CPI are you using?
Yeah, we didn't identify in the proposal because there may be different preferences there. Are we going to use Southwest, CPIW? Are we going to, we're open to that discussion. We're very happy to have that discussion, whatever CPI, and there are changes and we do get into arguments over those, but the changes are always minor. It's just important that we identify something that has credibility with both sides.
Sure. So for purposes, the $32 increase, the CPI that was used was?
The CPI that was, it's a good question. So the CPI that we used in identifying 32% in order to keep it broad was national CPI. And so that's the all parts of the country CPI using the Bureau of Labor Statistics general CPI inflation calculator. And so while that number may change if you're in different parts of the country, not too terribly significantly, what we tried to do is to go with something that everybody can understand and everybody can at least identify.
Understood. Thank you.
And so, the change that I'd identified that we just talked about, the 100 to 132, we'll see those types of changes, throughout Article 22. I would say that one of the
Enrique, I apologize. I just want to make sure that I fully understand the changes. So I'm going to take you back to the beginning of Article 22 on the proposal. So you're effectively renaming the hazmat incentive section to now be Special Operations Unit assignment pay.
That's correct.
And I see that includes the hazardous material team pay, which is now 50 at the beginning, and then when the chief makes the decision that the employee is qualified, then it increases to the $100.
Right.
So in addition to the hazardous material team, the union is recommending adding new incentive pays. Am I reading it correctly?
Some of them are new, some of them are found elsewhere in the article, and so it's a more efficient way of presenting.
Of course.
Yeah.
Which ones are new?
I don't know which one. The bottom two. The bottom two, and so Medical Special Operations Unit and Medical Special Operations Unit, Wildfire and Communications, which is carried over on the top of the next page.
And I would like to understand the why of creating this new incentive pays.
Sure. What we can do is, if it would be helpful, is to talk about separately any of the new ones. After caucus, maybe we can identify, hey, here are the ones that are new, and here's why we think that something should be provided for areas where it's not provided now. That might be a little more efficient that way. Is that fair?
Sure. We can do it after you guys have an opportunity to talk. So on the EMT certification pay, Rick, can you go over that? That looks like a lot of changes were made and perhaps consolidation.
What we're doing is essentially identifying the primary amount for EMT cert pay. So currently there's a walk-up, right? During the course of someone's career, we're identifying the top amount and adjusting that to reflect CPI increases. And so what you'll see in Section 3 is a change from, what most people are going to be receiving is 175. That amount's going to be adjusted to 231. And so people who are at lower levels would also get the 231, with the idea being the value of the certification is the same regardless of your years of service. You'll see the same thing or something similar with respect to.
I'm sorry, Rick, I apologize. I'm going to take you back just to make
Sure.
sure that I understand this. So for the EMT certification pay, the way that the language is deleted here, there's three, the $75, the $125, and the $175 based on years of experience or based on years of service, I apologize. So what the union is proposing is that we eliminate those and create just one.
That's correct.
And today, the highest monthly amount is $175 a month, and the proposal is to go up to $231 per month for everyone who holds the EMT certification.
That is correct.
Why the change from based on years of service to being a flat amount for everyone that holds the certification?
Because the value is in the certification itself. I mean, there's some, if you go back to the special operations, the hazmat type proposals, they do start out at a lower amount. And then once there's some, basic proficiency, you go to the primary amount. Here, your certification is your certification, right? And so there are different ways in the contract to address the importance of seniority with respect to salary, and primarily that's going to be at longevity. And so our feeling is that the cert pay should be the same. And you're going to see that at both the EMT cert level and the paramedic cert level. So that's the idea.
So someone who today has less than 5 years of service that gets the certification, which is $900 a year, the way I understand your proposal, they will see an increase to $2,772 a year.
The lowest amount would see an increase to the 231, per month for sure. And so the increase is experienced as a result of adjusting the EMT certification will be felt, in a more meaningful way by the less senior members of the bargaining unit for sure.
So that's about an $1,800, actually $1,872 per month, an increase just on this certification pay. But
Per
doesn't go
year.
into base pay.
Per year, I think, not per month.
But it doesn't go to base pay. It's just an add-on to base pay.
It's not a part of base pay. It's outside of base pay.
Very good.
And the same, as I noted, the same system, the same change takes effect with respect to paramedic cert pay for the members who have that. And the contract currently has a similar type of walk-up, right? And so we're proposing the same change. And so those increase, the degree of improvement that members will receive, will feel more significant to the less senior members of the bargaining unit. And then what we do at the end of Article 22 is we take the amounts, that we still express them as fixed amounts because they're currently expressed as fixed amounts. We express them as fixed amounts, but then we provide that those amounts will grow over time as CPI changes. And that may be different, right? CPI, well, we know it may be different. The change in CPI may be different from change in compensation. And, to be fair on that issue is there, have been many years where changes in CPI, have been lower, right, than percent raises that employees receive, right? Our experience in the recent past, and unfortunately maybe continuing, because inflation seems to stay up there now, has been the opposite, right? Our raises have not kept up with CPI. And so the changes, one of the things that we struggled with was in proposing how to adjust the incentive pays moving forward was, do we tie it to CPI, or do we tie the changes to percent raises to the bargaining unit, or do we express the differentials as a percentage of pay? And then the relationship would remain consistent of the value of that work compared to to base salary would remain consistent over time. There's something to that in a way that's different from something like a uniform allowance, where there are things that are the costs for those items are going to reflect inflation in a general way. You know, the main thing is that we want these things not to erode over time, set them in an appropriate amount, not have them erode, because we've paid so much attention to the cost of living over the last few years, and in these negotiations, you know, we decided that in order to be consistent there, we would tie to CPI. But, you know, there's the goal is that it change in time, that it not erode. You know, what we compare it to, I don't know.
Sure, and I agree in terms of the inflation, you know, and there are years when we went through a recession that the inflation was not what it is in the past, what has been in the past few years. And the wages that were set by the contract, those continue. So I agree that the inflation is difficult to predict in that manner, and not necessarily impacting the wages when you have a contract that is going to be paid regardless of what the inflation, or if we have a recession. So for the paramedic pay, just to be clear, you're proposing similar to the EMT pay. We are eliminating the pay based on years of service, going to now a flat 462, regardless of the years of service. So for somebody, if I understand this correctly, the lowest paramedic pay of $250, that is about $3,000 a year. With the $462, those employees will see now a total paramedic pay of $5,544 a year, which is an increase of $2,500 more. That doesn't go into base pay, just one of those specialty pays that makes San Antonio so competitive compared to others.
Yeah, well, I wish that were the case, but it certainly is a specialty pay. It's an incentive pay. When we look at compensation, and when your expert has looked at compensation, you know, he looked at base and longevity primarily, but then he added in, how do we measure these other elements of compensation? And it's certainly fair to do that. I think we have different understandings of the landing point, where we wind up. When you consider those things, you know, we still believe that our compensation is relatively low, and that it's gotten worse over the last decade. It's gotten worse over the last 5 years. And that's where we're trying to fix those things. So it all counts. So if the city agrees, or when the city agrees to increase the paramedic pay, that won't go into the base, but it will go into the, you know, to the pockets of the folks who are doing the work. And very highly skilled work here. Paramedic certifications are highly in demand. One of the things that we're concerned about, and it's anecdotal, I try not to talk about anecdotal stuff at the table, but, you know, we got 4 of our paramedics, I think 3 or 4 of our paramedics, or newer paramedics, just over the last week are applying to go to Bernie to work as firefighters, right? Like, to where we need to compensate our highly skilled people so that they stay here, you know, and that's what we're trying to do. And, you know, I think together we could figure out the right way to do it. But, you know, your points on, well, these are other elements of compensation, and then benefits, it's all fair, you know, and we appreciate the discussion. This is a way, what we're trying to do within the current structure that has these other elements of compensation is to try to make sure that they don't erode, and that they fairly compensate folks for the high degree of specialization in the bargaining unit, which is why we've added a few, because we want to make sure we're incentivizing people to go into those areas.
No, thank you for that explanation, Rick. And I think we may agree to disagree in terms of what our expert presented last week. The total compensation package, when you include not only the base wages, the specialty pays, the schedule overtime, which is the FLSA overtime, and then the retirement and healthcare benefits that the city offers puts us at a very competitive place compared to other cities in Texas and the smaller cities close to San Antonio. So, so thank you for that. We agree to disagree.
So moving forward, you're going to see the same, similar changes as we go through. And so if we go to let's say current section 9, which would be section 8 in our revised documents, the one that has a chart on it. So what we're proposing here is some certification pay for, in this particular instance, arson investigators.
And I'm sorry, Rick, you may have gotten a little bit ahead of me. I'm
Sure.
still on section 5C, just to
Okay.
make sure that I understand. So the current language in the contract talks about that the amounts for, in the previous section, which is a paramedic certification pay, shall be paid to the paramedic for so long as the individual is employed by the department and actually works as a paramedic in EMS, communications, and/or aviation. Is now, the way that I'm reading the language, it indicates that the new amount that is included in the previous section, the $462 per month, shall be paid to the paramedic for as long as they work for the department and maintain the current certification. So they don't have to actually work as a paramedic in EMS, communications, and/or aviation. Is that the change?
The compensation is for the certification pay. And so it's not an assignment pay that you only receive if you're working in a particular area. That's correct.
So that would change based on the current language. Very good. Would you explain, I guess the section D was removed, and right below, it indicates, which is consistent with the current contract, should a firefighter receive training on her or his own time and at his own expense at a city-approved school, he or she will be eligible for EMT or paramedic certification pay?
That is correct.
Can you explain how that changes from what we're doing today?
Well, currently that's not provided for paramedic certification. So it's a pretty significant endeavor. It's a pretty big difference between the two. But in the event that an employee would take it upon themselves to spend that time on their own time, in their own expense, with the city's approval, right, with fire department's approval of where you can go, that they would be able to receive paramedic certification pay, right? And so the reason why this is consistent with our proposal that the compensation go with the certification and not the assignment performed, because that value, right, you carry that value with you. And, every member of the bargaining unit, right, is a firefighter at heart, right? So we have a high degree of specialization, but we don't control events and we don't control emergencies. And there are plenty of instances where people are using, their skills and their experience in ways that may not be their daily assignment. And so there's the value that goes along with the certification.
Sure, and I may not be understanding this correctly, but I'm more interested in the training. So is this implying that if somebody comes as a cadet to the fire department and already has a paramedic certification, or somebody is already in the fire department and decides at their own expense to attend a city-approved school for paramedic? That's the piece I'm trying to figure out.
That's
It's
if somebody does not currently, if I don't today, I'm a firefighter in San Antonio and I've got, basic EMT, I don't have paramedic level certification, and the department for whatever reason is not, agreed or is not going to send me to get that certification, if I do it on my own time, on my own dime, under our proposal, I would receive the certification pay on the back end because I would carry with me the experience and the abilities necessary to act as a paramedic, when necessary.
Sure, but does this mean that they come as a cadet with a paramedic certification, or they have the ability to go to school while they're a firefighter at their own expense, and then they get the certification? And I'm sorry, because I'm just not understanding that piece. I'm more interested in the training and how they would be
How does
added.
somebody who doesn't have paramedic certification when they start working here, how do they attain that? Is
Right.
that okay? I don't know, Billy, can you talk to that?
So you were asking if they're in the academy, if they are paramedic already, correct? What is that?
I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to do. So I would rather you guys give me an example or examples of what you're trying to achieve there.
So the example would be, as Rick explained, is I'm a firefighter who's currently an EMT certified, and I want to be a paramedic. However, I may not be an engineer. I may not be eligible to go to the paramedic class that the city of San Antonio is putting on. I'm going to pay out of my own pocket to go to paramedic class. I'm going to attend the class on my own at nights, whatever it takes. And upon completion of that, and I believe our contract has in here that the medical director already practices with cadets who are come in as a paramedic, puts them through a course through our COGS, and then he signs off and approves them to operate as a paramedic in his system. It would essentially be the same. It's just my own person instead of a new cadet becoming that paramedic.
So you would still, and forgive me because I don't know the terms, but your training would still have to be certified by the city's medical director before, number one, you're assigned to EMS and you automatically get the certification? Because now it's not tied to an assignment, right? The way I understand it. So I could be a firefighter who chooses to go to school, become a paramedic, and then the city's medical director says, yes, this employee qualifies. I'm still in the fire truck. I'm not assigned to EMS, but I receive the pay. Am I understanding that correctly?
And that's correct. And that's a practice that is occurring today.
Maria, I just wanted to clarify. So if a person on a fire truck holds that paramedic certification, they will be using it every day when they're on the job. And so that is a benefit to the city because they will be providing that much better care to the citizens
No, thank you.
before an ambulance gets there.
No, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I know the firefighters on the fire trucks address medical calls as well. I'm just trying to understand the difference of the current practice and to what this is representing. So, but from what you described, Billy, this is something that we currently do. We're just adding, but we don't pay a certification pay today for the current practice that we do. That am I understanding that correct?
As I understand it, we do pay the certification pay once they're cleared by the medical director. Once they're cleared by the medical director, they'll get that certification pay as a paramedic in the firefighting division. Right? Think if you look in section 6 that we struck out, there was paramedic pay for firefighting division. And we're just, again, that certification pay. It's not based on where I'm assigned or what my daily duties may be. I still have to maintain that certification, attend the 40 hours of CE every year, and I'm still required to be able to perform that under our system until such time I separate from the department.
To a certain extent, the proposal is codifying a practice within the fire department currently.
Well, thank you for that explanation. What you just said, Billy, the section below that was struck out, Can you elaborate about that? Is that just now reflected in the previous section? You're combining it in essence?
It's,
I see.
it's again, we want the pay to be consistent with the certification. And so, with our proposal in section 5, you wouldn't have the current disparity or the need for the language in section 6.
Got it, because effectively that section assigns it to the division which you are proposing to eliminate. Got it. Okay, and now you have a section 8.
Is the Arson and TCOLE cert pay. So there's 2 elements to this. There's a assignment element and a certification pay element. The assignment pay change is consistent with other changes, and that's going to be adjusting the fixed amount upward to reflect changes in CPI, and in the same manner that we've done for other certifications, or I'm sorry, for other assignments. And the second element of this is pay for the certification. Now, unlike EMT certification or paramedic certification, there are degrees of TCOLE cert pay, and so there are different amounts that we've identified as the pay here, from basic ranging up to masters.
Okay, so the TCOL certification is the new one.
That is correct.
And
For
this-
the people who hold that certification, how many ballpark?
There's approximately 18 of us that
I was
hold
gonna
the
say 20.
certification. 20,
I was
it's
gonna
18 to
say.
20. I'd have to go.
No, I was just
But it's
guessing
about
20.
20. It's,
Got
I think that's what it is. We do have some that are listed as others that we can call back to the Arson office at any time. And so this would apply to them as well.
Understood. So anybody who holds a TCOL license would be eligible even though they're not assigned to Arson.
That is correct.
It would only be the ones that the city is holding their license for, which is that 20. Because
Got
there are some who have separated from Arson and did not choose to have us carry their certification. So they're operating as a peace officer under another agency.
Understood. So for Arson, excuse me, there's the $66 per month, beginning the first full month after the start of the academy. And then on top of that is this new arson investigator, I'm sorry, this TCOL certification.
That's correct.
Okay.
And you'll see some consistency there later on in Article 22 with respect to fire certifications.
Got it. And then you stroke sections 10 and 11 because you consolidated that in the previous page.
Yep.
Okay.
So section 9, or what's currently section 12 in the contract, it would be section 9 in the new Article 22, would make a similar adjustment to the training instructor's incentive. And so it's currently $50, it would increase to $66.
Got it.
You'll see the same change in the following section, the next section for fire inspectors, in our proposed section 10. And then the next, real substantive change is going to be in the current section 16, proposed new section 12. And these are going to be adjustments to fire certification pay. And so, what we're doing is increasing those amounts to reflect changes in CPI, nothing new there. But if you look at those amounts and you compare them back to the arson investigator TCOLE certification, they're the same. So that's how we arrived at those numbers there. They're based on the current fire cert pay with the CPI adjustment. Section.
And I'm sorry, Rick, I just want to make sure I don't
For sure.
miss this. On what you had given us last week, I believe, and maybe the week before as well, you had indicated that the paramedic pay that fire receives, the union was proposing that be the same as EMS, correct? So
Yep.
effectively, with the changes you did in which section is reflecting that?
5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you, Rick.
No problem. The next section is field training officer and medical training officer pay. This is a little more the language is a little more of a substantive change to the current contract language than in other sections, and there's a reason for that. So in our proposal, one of the main things we're attempting to achieve here is that currently we have field training officers in the fire department, and there's compensation provided to them. We also have medical training officers who are essentially field training officers for paramedics. There's no additional training for those members or additional compensation for those members. So we're proposing to fold them in, right, under training officer pay. The interesting thing, and currently field training officers receive a differential of $200. You won't find that in the contract. Right? What the collective bargaining agreement says, currently basically is that the department has the authority to have an FTO program. It doesn't get into the additional compensation. And so our proposal is to codify the current amount. It's unique among the other proposals because there's no CPI adjustment, no retroactive CPI adjustment to that. So we're proposing to lock in the amount that's paid now and provide that to FTOs and to MTOs. The other qualifications in there do currently exist. So, if you only do half a month, or if you do less than half a month, you don't get the amount, et cetera. So that's the change there with respect to field training officers and medical training officers. Section 14 has some additional certifications. These are new, right? Professional certification incentives. And so the contract currently has certification pay for, firefighter certification. And as I expect there are, and fire is unique and different from police in this respect, is that there are, reflecting the high degree of specialization in the fire service, there are a number of certifications that many firefighters can and do hold. And so what we're attempting to do is pick up some of these certifications, provide compensation reflecting their value, and we're identifying the main ones, that may be applicable to folks in our those are the ones that we have identified. And so our proposal is that if you're certified, by the state, right, and these are certifications that the state promulgates, right, and approves, there's additional compensation. And the first would be for fire investigator. Second is fire officer 1, right? We have fire officer 2. These are all certifications governed by the state. You'll see on the next page, fire instructor 1 and 2. The way they would operate, or we would understand, let me explain fire officer 1, fire officer 2. So fire officer 1 is 20 and fire officer 2 is 40. Does that mean that you get 60? Right? If you hold both, then the answer is no. If you would get the higher of the two, and the same would be in effect for fire instructor 1. Incident safety officer at 20, hazardous materials technician at 40, inspector at 40. There are 2 fire operations specific certifications that are utilized by members, and that's apparatus driver operator. There's one for pumper, there's one for aerial, those certifications. Then there's the TDM package, which is a number of certifications. These are the ones that we've identified are the ones that, you know, our firefighters are going to secure. And so that would be if you have all 4 of those certifications, you'd receive the TDM cert pay of 50. Same thing for the NWGC package, which is 2 different sub classes to get you that certification. That would be $50 per month. Sure.
Sorry, let me ask you a few questions. The beginning of section 14. So the fire investigators, those are working in arson, correct?
Some of them they're a separate part of arson. They're not assigned to the arson unit. They were created a couple of years ago by the department. And so there's approximately 9 of them, but these certifications would apply regardless of assignment. These are not strictly based on assignment. Anybody that would hold that certification within the fire department would receive this compensation.
And what certification are they holding, the fire investigator?
They hold just the fire investigator certification.
That's the name of the certification.
That's the name of the certification, fire investigator. The state recognizes 2. There's a fire investigator and an arson investigator. Arson investigators hold both. Fire investigators just hold the fire only.
The fire officer 1 and 2, those are assigned to, tell me a little bit more about.
Who holds those certifications? Do you want to answer? Yeah, I mean, anybody can.
Anyone in the department could hold an officer 1 or officer 2 certification. Currently, our department offers those courses, and it's open primarily to our supervisory officers, lieutenants, captains, our battalion chiefs. Those are the ones that primarily reach out to them, but as they don't fill seats, they open them to others to attend. And these are professional certifications that have specific job performance requirements laid out by NFPA, which is a nationally recognized standard for the fire service. So we feel they're very important and very relative to the work we provide to the city of San Antonio.
Of course. So again, the fire officer 1 and the fire officer 2 are individuals that are in supervisory positions, if I understood you correctly.
Certifications that can be held by supervisors. They
But
don't
not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I mean, typically when the department offers the courses, you can imagine that's where the focus is going to be. But when there are extra slots, they're made available for individuals with other job titles, and generally that's going to be people, you know, who have an eye toward career progression.
Sure. And I guess I'm trying to tie the what you are proposing in terms of the incentive. Is that tied to the fact that you have a certification, or is it tied to the work that you're performing?
Certification.
So it's not necessarily that you are doing something different than you do today. You just took the course and got the certification?
It's the value is for the additional compensation is tied to the certification, not the assignment, not the rank.
And help me understand, how is this different than educational pay? Because we already provide an incentive for individuals that achieve a certain level of education. How is this different?
Well, it's different because the education itself is different, right? And so this industry is, you know, highly specialized. And so the certifications that we're talking about are certifications that are only going to be available to firefighters working in fire departments, you know, with the permission of their fire department and under the governance and supervision of the state to make sure that there's a standard of quality. So it's not the type of thing that in a typical education bonus or education pay would measure, right? So that might provide you know, additional compensation for additional skills, you know, that could be provided, you know, fire service, public administration, those types of things. It's a different type of value that's provided, but it's certainly analogous.
Got it. And no one is required to get this as voluntary, or everybody gets it?
It's voluntary. If someone were to attend to obtain that certification, then they could be eligible for that compensation. But it's voluntary for anybody to attend those classes. Right now, they're all voluntary. And it would stay that way. We're not asking for the city to put on these classes every month or anything like that.
Of course. So,
Aside from the supervisory positions where in order to hold the supervisory position, you're going to need to attain some of the certifications. So for firefighters.
that's a requirement
Yeah,
to be a supervisor.
that's correct.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it.
No.
Okay, so when you promote to a supervisory position, you're required to take these classes.
For lieutenants and captains, yeah.
Got it. Very good. So the instructor positions, are these instructors at the academy? Fire instructor 1 and 2 that you're proposing?
Pretty much, yeah, for the most part there, but there's some instruction provided online that's going to be done outside of the academy, but for the most part, it's going to be academy instructors.
The incident safety officer? Is this for fire incidents, or can you elaborate what?
It's all inclusive.
Yeah, that's all inclusive. That incident safety officer could be for a fire incident, EMS incident, a terrorist incident, any of those that would happen in the city of San Antonio. Any person that has that certification could apply those skills at any time. And currently we have, I want to say about 8 per shift who are out there that have this. It's somewhere in there. I don't have the exact number.
What we'll do, I think it would be helpful, is to provide you some summary material regarding each of the certifications and, what the requirements are to attain the certifications and what they cover. I think that would be helpful in the city's consideration of these proposals. So we'll make sure that we provide that to you.
Yes, yes, that would be very beneficial as we're trying to evaluate the proposal. So I would have the same questions for all the ones that you are proposing. The hazard materials technician, just a question, the inspector, what kind of inspector is that?
So that is the definite for a fire prevention inspector. The Texas Commission on Fire Protection just labels it as inspector, so we're using the terminology from them.
Okay, so that's specifically for fire prevention inspector.
That skill set, yes.
And the intent of the language is for fire prevention inspectors only?
No, the intent of the language for all of these certifications is regardless of your assignment. If I hold the certification and I'm riding on a fire truck as the fire officer or an engineer or a firefighter, and I have the certification, I would receive the compensation for having this professional level of education and being able, because they're going to use it day in and day out to better service for the city of San Antonio and what they provide to the citizens.
So you're saying with the certifications, that'll be an enhancement in service to the community than what is provided today?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on what that would look like?
Sure. Well, in the same way that any type of continued training and education provides benefit to taxpayers, right? What we want to have is a workforce that is highly trained, right, and very knowledgeable, so that we can provide the highest level of service as possible. And so providing these incentives under the, we didn't make these up, right? These are certifications that exist for a reason, right? They're not specific to Texas, right? These particular ones are set by the state of Texas, but Texas is not unique in this way, that there is an objective recognition of the value in attaining certifications like these. Otherwise, why have them? And what we believe is if they exist and they have been verified, developed by, governed by the state, that in itself is a recognition that there's value behind it. And what we're trying to do is assign value with respect to compensation to these certifications that these folks in the bargaining unit may hold. But they're going to use, you use your knowledge, and your education in ways that you don't always expect, right? And so, a large part, not a large part, but you all know, but maybe not everybody knows that a big part of firefighters' job is making sure that they are very much aware of their area that they're assigned to protect, right? And so there's a ton of pre-planning that is involved. That is not the job is not immediately responding to an emergency, but it's preparing for that emergency that could be 2 weeks from now in this very building. And so when firefighters are doing that pre-planning, for example, the inspection, certification, having as many firefighters as we can that hold that certification, that understand, and can use their knowledge in assessing potential life safety issues. Not just are there code violations, but what are the issues that we need to be aware of if there's a fire in this building? We want to have as many knowledgeable people out there as we can. Having compensation for these certifications helps with that, and that's why we believe it's a value to the taxpayers. And it's part of this larger issue of we want to make sure we have as many highly trained, highly competent people working in the department
But
as we can get.
you have individuals with these certifications already,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
So if I understood you correctly, and please correct me if I misunderstood, are you implying that by compensating for those certifications that they already have, that's going to improve the service to the community? Because they have the certifications today.
Yeah, it's twofold, right? So one is for the individuals who hold these certifications, and we don't have an exact head count of who holds which certifications. The fire department does, but they're already providing value, right? The additional value. And what we're trying to do is compensate individuals for that value that's being provided currently, right? To the extent that we provide, and this is the incentive pay article of the contract, to the extent that we provide appropriate incentives, financial incentives for individuals to achieve these certifications, then we would have more firefighters who are more knowledgeable and able to deal with the emergencies that they're required to deal with. In that sense, we would be providing additional value to taxpayers.
Thank you, Rick. And then the last section.
That's the administrative assignment incentive is the same. We're tracking, increasing per the same CPI percentage for the members in administrative assignments. Those are controlled by the department. And the final section is new, and that's the CPI tracking moving forward, right? So we have the amounts change over time based on an agreed upon standard.
Thank you, Rick.
No, thank you. The next proposal had to do with health benefits. And so that's proposal 7. We had a few proposed changes there, and the bulk of them are going to be in section 5. And so what you'll see first is the housekeeping change to the employee contribution chart, right? So we're going to reflect the current value plan contributions. What we are proposing is that those contributions stay the same as they are. I'm sorry, that they don't change by the same measure that we use today, which is 10% per year over the life of the last contract. You'll see below the charts, there's reference that they should increase, but they should increase by the same measure that we're increasing other things. And so we'd identified CPI, whichever that CPI may be. We're trying to be consistent in how we approach those issues. The next chart, it eliminates the chart identifying the HSA contributions, but we're not proposing to eliminate the HSA contributions. What we're proposing to do is set them you'll see at the bottom paragraph of section 5, is to set those at 50% of the applicable deductible. And so they would wind up being 1,600, and 3,000 currently, and that the contribution would continue if we find ourselves in evergreen. Those we're not tracking to increase by CPI. We're going to propose that they would stay consistent with the deductible. We have a proposed change to that middle paragraph there, which is fairly consistent. It's not the exact same change that the city had proposed, but it's similar. It's just to reflect the plan year. Those are the changes to Article 25. The next two proposals had to deal with schedule and committees. They're both committee proposals, but the one deals with the work schedule change, and the others are essentially establish a handful of new committees. And so we're proposing to put those provisions in Article 12, the Labor Management Relations article of the contract, where we already have reference to labor management committees. And so we're not changing the first 4 sections of that contract, but we're proposing to add a new section 5, which includes the standing committees that we had proposed in our Union 14. And we want to make sure, we've got committees and that they be joint committees. And so if we have 2, you have 2, that kind of thing, so that we've got an equal number of people, and that forces us to work harder to get to consensus. Section 6 is the Safe Schedule Committee, which is a little different in that we have a dispute resolution process in there if we don't get to consensus on what to do. And this is the proposed work week change to get down to a 24/72 42-hour work week. One substantive change to the proposal is a change to the effective date, or our goal date, and that would be to get there on the last day of what we're proposing as a 3-year contract. I think we had, in the original proposal, identified October 1 of year 3. We're now changing that to September 30th because we understand that it can take time to get where we need to be. The rest of the proposal is the same. And, there are lots of ways to reduce the work week, right? There are lots of ways to get to this work-life balance and safety issues. And so the team deliberately, did not want to propose just a change. Let's go to 24/72 by X date. We really wanted to propose a committee, and a committee where there's some dispute resolution that may not go the way that the firefighters may think something should go, right? We want to be able to go through in a collaborative way, but to have some type of outcome. So it's important that we address that work week issue. So that's why that committee is a little different, right? Because that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to go in there. It can take some time to get there from here, and you want to make sure you do it right.
Rick, go ahead.
If I may, Rick.
Yep.
Just a couple questions. One of the references in section 5 says that the standing committees that you're proposing not be subject to section 4. So I was just looking at section 4 because it's, not restated in the proposal. And the way I read section 4 is effectively so that the primary work of the day in and day out sort of duties are primary, and then the efforts of the committee get sort of worked around that time. What specifically are you proposing to accept out of these committees that's included in section 4?
Yeah, well, the idea behind it is that we really want active committees with active involvement, which is why we want them to meet monthly. We want the committee members to have, some authority, right? You can always wind up at deadlock, but we really want to have folks work really hard to get to consensus on the committees that we've identified. And there may be additional committees or different committees or, different ways to work it up. But we identified the ones that we think are most important. But the gist of the change would be to have these committees have a little more teeth than maybe a committee under section 4.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm not sort of quite understanding is I'm not seeing any authority in section 4. It's more about facilitating when they actually meet. And so that, again, the day in, day out duties are sort of primary, and then the committee work is going to work around the daily duties. So I'm not seeing authority, so I just wanted to get a sense of what you're accepting out of section 4 with regard to when the committees meet.
Well, the committees, depending on who's on the committees, right? And the committee schedule, which we want to meet monthly, it could require that people are, people have to be released. People may be on shift, to be released to attend committee meetings. Maybe they won't based on how the schedule works, but that's a difference, right? So we don't want these things to be, something secondary. Right. We want it to be something that is important. That's not something that depends on if you're interested and you want to do it outside your regular work hours, fine. We see this as more important. And it is consistent with, and we talked about this 2 weeks ago, of trying to invest in the relationship and vehicles that we can create to help the parties, whether at this level, this is the fire department level, try to, gather consensus on things. It's interesting, the last time I was in town, the relationship within the department, was a lot stronger than it is now. And we think that there's a sense that we would like opportunities to build consensus and to build a stronger relationship with fire administration. I think recently there have been some things that have headed in the right direction, but so it's part of it is trying to give us vehicles that we can use to build a stronger relationship.
And so just so nobody's confused, last time you were in town, you don't mean last week, you mean
2019.
Got it.
Thank
got
you.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But I guess just to be sure we understand in terms of like what is being requested, because I was just reading through section 4 that pretty much says, you're not going to lose any time, but if you have committee meetings on your outside of work time, you attend on your own time. So is this specifically to request so that any committee work is paid time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have more questions, Rick.
Oh, sure.
On the committee work, section 5. And it's just elaborating on the question from Liz. So on the third sentence, any member representing the union shall be granted paid administrative leave to attend scheduled meetings and granted one shift for 24-hour employees or 2 work days for non-24-hour employees of extra paid administrative leave every 6 months for participating as a union rep in said committee. Is this to mean that the administrative leave is equal to 24 hours every 6 months so they can attend these meetings?
Yes. And it's not just for attendance, it's for work, right? And so you all know, right? For every hour you spend in a meeting, how many hours of work are going to come from that? And sometimes when we have committees, and this is it's not fire department specific, but sometimes when we have labor management committees, and there's lots of real work that comes out of that, and it doesn't get done just because it doesn't get done and people don't have ample time. And so the idea is to try to make sure that there's actual time baked in where people can do follow through and actually do some work on the issues identified by the committees. That was the intent behind it.
No, I understand. And, understanding that the request is monthly meetings, if I remember that from the previous submittal, so monthly meetings. So roughly each meeting could be 2 hours. You have 12 hours meeting time and then 12 hours for potential work or follow-up.
Could be, yeah.
If the employee, the way you said it could be, how do we track this? If the meeting is a 2-hour meeting, then, yeah, I just made up the 12 hours and 12 hours, but if you're asking for 24 hours, what are your thoughts on how this 24 hours will be utilized?
How would we track it is more of a fire administration question. If the question before this, should it be tracked? The answer is yes, right? And how will the time be utilized? I guess that's really going to be a function of what the members of the committee have identified as work that needs to be done, right? So whether it's work researching, wellness and work-life balance committee. I mean, it could be work going and talking to professionals regarding ways to mitigate stress outside of work. It could be reading, published studies on ways that employers are using to address, the impact of PTS or things like that. It's really going to be based on what the committee members come up with, and this is work that would be within the area identified by the committees. And we've identified committee subject matter that we think is appropriate. Recruitment and retention committee, right? That's something that we want labor and management to work on collectively. But, I would imagine that the fire administration and the union, would together identify what's appropriate, to consider. So if there are other committees or different areas of focus, we're certainly open to that.
Got it. Thank you. One last question, and you mentioned it, and I don't know specifically what you all have in mind. You said that you wanted these committees to have more teeth than the Labor Relations Committee on Section 2. What does that mean?
The more teeth comment, maybe I misspoke, was really directed more toward the schedule committee where there's a dispute resolution process. The difference between the Section 5 committees and the Section 4 committees is more about having ample time for the committees, first having a requirement that they meet, and having ample time for the parties to actually put in follow-up work so that they're effective committees. And so that's why, in our view, they would, having more teeth is not a good way to describe it. They'd be more effective, let's say, than a current committee.
Got it. And then these committees will be making recommendations to the chief?
Yes.
For Section 6, independently of the committee that is laid out in this section and the process on how to develop recommendations, I'm assuming these recommendations would be made to the fire chief?
The fire chief or the city administration, right? That gets beyond my pay grade, I'd say, on the management side, where they go.
And I was doing some reading actually yesterday. It's a governing magazine that I get monthly, and it talks about fire schedules, and it mentions that one of the most effective ways to deliver fire service is the 24/48 schedule. Wondering, why are you requesting a 24/72?
Yeah, it's a question of how do you balance time at work and time away from work. And there's also a compensation element to it. Certainly 24/48 is a common schedule in the fire service, and it's an efficient schedule within FLSA standards that enable firefighters to work a very long work week compared to a private sector employee without receiving overtime, right? Or compared to a police officer without receiving overtime. But from a safety perspective, right, from a safety and health perspective and a recovery perspective, we would suggest that it's not the best schedule, right? And so the rest and recovery afforded by virtue of a 24/72 rotation, is certainly much better. The way that the schedule is laid out is a schedule that can be preferable for allowing firefighters to address, family requirements. The on the 2472 question, though, okay, the proposal is it didn't just end at 2472, right? It was a 2472 42-hour week work schedule, right? And so that's probably more important than the 2472. It's the number of scheduled hours of work that we're trying to get to. We think that a 2472 is a good rotation, but there are other ways to deploy a smaller work week that can also address rest and recovery and compensation related issues. So, there are lots of ways that we can, address that. The recovery bit is, it depends on what you get during your shift, right? You just never, first of all, how is there a 24-hour shift anyway, right? Why is that, how did that come to be? Why is that predominant in the fire service? There's lots of answers, to that, but, it's a long shift. And if you catch a fire on a 24-hour work shift, you're going to be pretty beat up. And if you catch a couple, you're going to be really beat up, and you're going to need time for recovery. One of the issues that we're dealing with in the fire department, and it relates to a lot of different things, job satisfaction and compensation, is call volume, right? And call volume's up a lot, like 40, 50%. It's up a lot over the last few years. And that may, by the way, that may answer some of the overtime questions, right, that the city has. I don't know that it does or it doesn't. I just know the call volume is up, right? And so,
It's not 40, 50%. I don't know what time frame you're looking at, but
okay.
I was looking at some call volume for the past 4 or 5 years, and it was not 50% for fire.
Well, fortunately, that's, since 2015, I guess, so the last 10 years.
So about 9 years.
Okay, so over the last 9 years, it's a 40, 50% increase.
And I don't know that for a fact.
No, and we shouldn't.
Don't want to give you the impression that I'm
Yep.
agreeing. I'm just.
Yeah, no, let's look at, this is data, right? It's transparent data, and we shouldn't be in a position where we would have to argue over it. So let's get it, and we'll pull it and identify and talk about the significance. But yeah, during that 10 year, why does Joe know it? For the last 10 years, because over the last 10 years, it's been a 10% raise. And so why does somebody working in a firehouse know it? Because they know, gosh, call volume's up this amount, and our, the cost of living's up another amount, and our salary's only up a certain amount. And that's just, we're talking about those issues at the table, but these are things that are talked about at the kitchen table in the firehouse. And so that's a compensation discussion, but as it relates to the schedule, it's more of a recovery, time away to recover mentally and physically. A 2472 can help with that. There's lots of, actually, the good news is, unlike the THC and impairment issue that we mentioned earlier, that there's not a lot of good science there to connect one to the other. There's a fair amount of science on rest and recovery for fire and long-term impacts. And so, and as you know, this department has done a good job. Wellness is a priority in fire departments in ways that I wish it would be in police departments. Fire services is ahead of the curve on a lot of these issues because of the dangerous work that the men and women perform. And so we want to try to figure out a way to get to rest and recovery. And, but we also can't ignore the fact that a reduction in the work week also has a compensation impact on people. There are lots of ways to increase compensation that are not directly reflected in an annual salary. Austin just reduced their work week in their last interest arbitration, in large part in response to concerns about health and safety. And it wasn't just that, there was work-life balance. And so it's something that fire departments are looking at. So that's a long answer to your question, but it's not, if it were as simple as what's the best schedule, we wouldn't be having the conversation, right? There would just be the best schedule and everybody would work it.
Just curious, and I haven't done 2 things, I guess. I haven't done any reading on this, but why not 5 days a week, 10 hours a day?
why not a 50-hour? Well, how about 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, right? I mean, generally, a lot
I'm
of this,
just curious when you
yeah.
talk about, I mean, the 24-hour schedule stays. If you're talking about an increase on calls, I think there are other ways to handle calls than adding another shift. For example, you could add, a 12-hour shift and address those hours that we have a high peak number of calls, to be able to address the high call load. And as you know, it's not, number of calls we get are not consistent throughout the day. We have peaks and valleys, so there are ways to address that. In EMS, we've introduced technology like the Good Some app, where our communications team can address some of those calls and help the community without having to necessarily send a EMS unit. So definitely something that we're very interested in exploring in terms of other innovative ways to deliver fire service and EMS service that doesn't necessarily mean the traditional way that we've done it for many years, because we have technology, we have other pieces of equipment.
should be. I mean, so the fire, I would hope the fire department's doing that now, and they should be trying to utilize technology to better allocate resources. And one of the things with respect to shift length is that shift length expansions have typically come from the employer side, not the employee side, over the years. But one of the concerns in the fire service is, as you noted, we don't, you can, for EMS, you can generally, you have enough data where you can predict times a day that are busier than other times a day. And you can do a certain amount of that with respect to fire. It's very hard to predict the severity of events. And one of the benefits of a 24-hour shift, as I've heard, employers articulated, aside from the beneficial overtime rules, is you're lessening the firefighter's exposure to be working on a particularly busy day. So we're going to have a firefighter at work for a solid 24 hours, or in some places a solid 48 hours, and rather than having them there every day or 5 days, and there's a greater chance that firefighter is going to be exposed to that bad 2 or 3 days a week. And so that's one of the things, is you try to consolidate the time to put it together. It's one of the benefits. But there's lots of ways to look at it. But I think it's great quite frankly, we've proposed committees, right? And this is the schedule committee is just that, and we don't come to, we don't come to this table. We try to come to this table from a place of humility. We're making suggestions, right? I'll also say at the same time, we come to the table with a lot of experience and a lot of subject matter experts and a lot of folks, here in the committee that know a lot about a really complicated subject, a world more than I will ever know and you'll ever know, just in the same way that we all have our areas of expertise. So we do, there's something behind it, right? But, we've got subject matter experts in the fire department, right? Administration and in other fire departments that have something to bring to the table. And, if we have a committee, why wouldn't we try to come up with the best? Why can't San Antonio have the best schedule in the country, not just from the perspective of the firefighters doing the work, but from management too? When it's safest, it works well, for citizens. How can we get, the best protection to the citizens, but also keep our folks satisfied? That's the idea behind this, is to see if can we jointly come up with a suggestion. We may end that at 24/48 seems to work. I don't know, right? But we'd like to. That's what's behind the proposal, is to try to come to that conclusion. And it doesn't necessarily mean we're adding a fourth shift. I don't know.
Sure. And I wonder, and I'm asking all these questions, and maybe I'm reacting to the language, and maybe that's not the intent, that this committee shall be established to develop a plan to transition. Sounds more like you are describing as an exploration. This sounds like we are going to transition the department. Was the intent?
Yeah, the intent is to, I mean, let's say we are putting out a proposition, right? And the proposition is we believe that a 24/72 work schedule for this bargaining unit would be the best for all parties. And let's form a committee to review that, right? And so it doesn't mean that it ends there. And it doesn't mean that that's the only question that should come up, in those discussions. And it doesn't mean that the outcome, right? The significant difference in this proposed committee is that it doesn't end at deadlock and go to the fire chief or whoever. What do you think, right? It ends, if we're at deadlock, we would go to arbitration over it, and we'd live with what an arbitrator puts down, and an arbitrator can do any number of things, right? And so we do think that this is the preferred schedule, but if there's a better way to do it, we're open to it. We're just trying to, we got a lot that we're trying to do here, right? We're trying to move the needle on compensation in a meaningful way, but we're also trying to figure out other ways that we can make it better, right? Get people to come here and keep the people who are here and keep them safe. And I know that you guys want the same thing. And, we think that this is one area where we might be able to, there's income, and what's psychic income, right? The psychic income that comes from being a firefighter and knowing that you've spent your career making your community safer and better, that does count, but there's also psychic income that can be attached to having the employees work a schedule that enables them to have a more consistent family life, and stronger relationships with family and friends, and a stronger support network. There's a value to that too. It's hard to capture, but there are lots of ways that we can provide compensation, right, for employees, and a schedule is one of those ways.
And Rick, when you say to provide compensation, can you elaborate on that? When it talk specifically to this section of changing the work week?
If you change the work week, right, my hourly rate's going to go up, right? If we reduce the scheduled hours of work, my hourly rate's going to go up. And if you require me not to come to work as much, right, if I'm not receiving additional compensation for that, there's value to that, right? I get to spend more time either recovering from a physically and more mentally strenuous job, or I get to, just spend more time with my family. There's value to that, right? And so
work less hours as described, and you make more money.
you wouldn't make more.
As you said, the hourly rate would increase.
Your hourly rate increase. Well, if my hourly rate goes from 53, 56, 53, and it changes to 42, and I have the same scheduled number of, or a different scheduled number of work hours a year, my hourly rate goes up, right? And so we're not attempting to hide any of that, right? There's lots of ways to get to compensation. And if we have a work week that's not as long, and it provides a work environment that is safer and provides for better work-life balance, there's value to that may not show up on a base salary number, right? So we think it takes a mix of a lot of different things to get where we need to go. But yeah, there's a cost attached to this. That's why, that's why I was a committee. You costed it out, assuming we're immediately going to go to a fourth shift, and we're going to have a lot of, and that's fair because I think on your side of the table, you have to look at it as what's the most expensive. We have to look at the worst case scenario here. How expensive could this possibly be? And we understand those numbers that way, and that you're supposed to look at it that way. So we understand there's costs, but we think that the challenge is there some sweet spot there? Is there a value to everybody that makes sense, that can actually make the job safer and provide ample compensation? And we think 24/72 does it, but we don't We're not saying, if you don't agree to that, you're crazy. And we're the only ones who know how to do it. You know, we do know what we're talking about, or I don't, but these guys certainly know what they're talking about. So we have a point of view, but we don't suggest that it's the final answer on anything.
Thank you, Rick.
Mhm.
I would going to suggest that we have lunch next room. We can continue on, or if you want to take a break and eat some lunch, and then we'll come back and continue.
And then we can come back.
Okay, so right next door is lunch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So just to set a time is 15 to 1. Should we come back 15 to 2? An hour?
Sure, we could probably come back earlier if you want, but
Sure.
Yeah.
You want to do a 30-minute lunch
you want to,
or
Yeah.
45 minutes?
let's say 30 minutes, which will
30
be
minutes.
45. So
Okay,
I'll keep my ringer on.
sounds good.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so we are back from lunch. And I believe we were going to start with Article 17 for vacations.
That's correct. Article 17 vacations, actually, the language that we provided, the markup language, picks up two of our proposals, proposals 9 and 10, having to do with floating vacation shifts. And just, by way of just perspective, the proposals that we've identified, the idea is to provide more flexibility for firefighters to schedule their own leave, and it's really rescheduling their own leave. And so, as you know, unlike most other places, and the San Antonio Fire Department has an unusually restrictive vacation scheduling program. And so, unlike in the private sector or in other places where you may say, oh, I have X number of weeks vacation and I'm going to provide my employer reasonable notice of when I'm going to be on vacation, and that'll be approved or denied. In this fire department, every firefighter is required to schedule every single day of vacation that they have a year in advance. Okay. And so when I say a year in advance, I mean in one prior year, in one calendar year before the next calendar year. And so that's not something that, most of us have to do. And the reason that the fire department does it this way is they want to make sure that they have ample number of firefighters ready and available to work, but also to minimize costs. It's a significant cost savings for the city. And, that process requires, there's a system in place where we rotate through to try to give younger people some opportunity to have some say for vacations, and that they're not stuck taking all their vacation in January, et cetera. But the idea is that it's very restrictive. And as you know, the collective bargaining agreement does not provide, unlike the police agreement or lots of other systems, you can't carry over unused vacation year from one year to the next. You can't build up a balance. If you may have a couple of weddings next year or something along those lines, or a graduation or a big family trip, you can't save vacation from one year to the next. You have to use it all. So that provides savings to the fire department for scheduling, and it also provides from the city's perspective, it doesn't allow firefighters to build up a balance that might be paid out when you retire. Unlike, say, the police department, which is why the city's proposal with respect to the 457 plan, while there are some advantages to that to the fire department, it's nothing like as valuable it is to the police department, because we just don't have that much leave at retirement that somebody may be able to cash out because of the scheduling system. And so while we're proposing what are improvements within our current system, I think it's significant to note at the outset that we're not proposing to just change the system and go to what I would say is a more normal, and appropriate system. We're not proposing to change that. We'll live within the current system. But the changes are as follows. And so once you go through and schedule all of your vacation for next year, according to the rules the fire department uses, and some of them are really restrictive. I mean, your first go around, you have to schedule 4 shifts in a row. It's not like you go through and schedule every day individually a year in advance. Some of them are, an extended period of time that you have to schedule in a row. But once you do that, and you've put all your time on the books, if something comes up mid-year, a trip that hasn't been planned, et cetera, something that a child, their team makes the tournament, and, there's a trip and you want to go on the trip, but you have to work that day. What a firefighter can do is use what we've developed over time and called a floating vacation shift. And so we can say, if the trip is scheduled for April 15th, I'm scheduled to work on April 15th, what I'm going to do is take one of my other scheduled vacation days someday in June, I'm going to move it, and I'm going to take off on April 15th, take my vacation day then, and not take my vacation day on the other day. That's flexibility that a firefighter has today. It's not unlimited though, right? Because there are only X number of slots per shift where somebody can do that. And currently in the contract, those are set forth in section 3, where there are 4 fire suppression employees allowed off on FVF per shift and 2 in EMS. So there's 6 total, slots available per shift. And what happens is sometimes those slots fill up. And so the day that you would like to take off and trade with yourself for another day, you can't do it. And so what we're proposing to do, well, actually, let me explain the other type of thing that you can do. You can do, you can engage in this trading with yourself 4 times a year. Once you get beyond that, you lose the discretion to decide which one of your days you're going to trade for the new day that you have off. And we call that defined payback. And so once you get into the defined payback level, the fire department has more discretion to tell you. So if I need June 15th off and I don't have it now, and ordinarily I would like to give back September 2nd because I'm not going to need that day, the fire department it doesn't work that way. The fire department looks at whatever days you have on the schedule, scheduled vacation, and they give you a couple of options based on what works best for the fire department. And they'll keep overtime and other things in consideration, but you don't get to pick the day that you trade necessarily. That's how it works. And what we're proposing to do with respect to floating vacation shifts is to get rid of that secondary process, the defined payback process. And instead of that, all of the days will be subject to, we'll still keep floating vacation shifts, we'll still keep the restricted process, but all of the days will be subject to the current system. So long as there's a slot available, you can trade a day with yourself and not have the fire department tell you which day you have to take. We're proposing to increase the slots. And so we would go from 4 to 6 slots for fire suppression, from 2 to 4 in EMS. So the total number of slots available for floating shifts, would increase from 6 total to 10 total. So it's not additional vacation days. They all have the same number of vacation days, but this is more flexibility to utilize during the year. And so, it's a complicated system. The proposal can be hard to grasp, but it reflects what is a very unusual system. We're happy to discuss throwing the entire system away and having a more typical system where you pre-schedule some, but you hold back most, and we schedule it based on availability, and you can carry over, right? If you don't use all your leave, maybe you can carry some over into next year, and there could be overtime savings for the city, right? Potentially, and then something like a 457 deferral might make more sense. And it really comes down to flexibility, and so it's interesting because it relates to the shift discussion that we had before lunch, is that, we're here bargaining on behalf of a large number of people. And within that large group, there are going to be different preferences. And so some people, would rather not take any vacation, quite frankly, and they'd rather just work, right? And other people want to use every single day, given the choice. Here, you have to take them all. And so we want to provide some flexibility, but there's a bit of paternalism in any of these proposals because we want to make sure that people have a schedule that enables them to take care of themselves and to rest and recover and things like that. And so our proposal gives us more flexibility within the current system. But if we're also open to more significant changes if that's something that the city might have some interest in. In section 4 of Article 17, this is the perfect attendance incentive, and that's for employees with less than 25 years. You can convert one shift of vacation one shift is sick to a floating vacation, where the senior people can do that twice. We're proposing that everybody have that option to convert over 2 shifts of sick leave for floating vacation shifts.
I have
Sure.
a few questions. In terms of the flexibility, it is my understanding that currently firefighters have the ability to trade. So for instance, if Liz and I agree, I can work for her because she needs to take her kids to an event and then she'll work for me at a given time. That's not included within the floating vacation shift system that you described, right? That's
Yeah.
on top of that.
A floating vacation shift is like a trade with yourself. And so shift trades between employees are permitted, under the Fair Labor Standards Act and utilized in the department. Yeah.
And I just wanted to make that point because our employees have that flexibility to do so. If something happens that was unplanned, granted, given that there's somebody else who's willing to trade the shift. In terms of the actual proposal, yes, you are correct in terms that we have a defined number of slots included within the shift. We have vacation, we have for a floating vacation shift. We have for those that may be taking the EMS class, for instance, and we have those slots available so we can still make our staffing requirements and give that flexibility. So my question is, would the association consider if we were to add the additional floating vacation shifts to reduce the number of vacation slots that we currently have within the shifts? And you don't have to tell me right now if you want to discuss it, and then when we meet again tomorrow, in lieu of having to define when you pay it back. So from a management perspective, it mitigates the cost of overtime. It provides that flexibility to the employee, but at the same time, we're reducing the vacation slots that we have allocated to each of the shifts. So if you want to just think about that, or you want to discuss it now, happy to.
Do you have a defined proposal for the reduction?
So if we add, let's say 2 additional floating vacation shifts, which I think is what you are proposing for fire, correct? If I wrote it down correctly?
Fire, 2 for EMS.
Okay, so that
I'm
would
sorry,
be,
2 for fire, 2
yeah,
for EMS.
so it would be a 1-for-1.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're proposing reduction of the amount of people per shift by 1, but allowing an additional FES.
And this is just for conversation. We don't have a proposal yet. I just want to take the temperature, if you will, if there would be a willingness to reduce those vacation slots to add the floating vacation shifts. So it'll be a 1-to-1. I appreciate the idea of being open, perhaps to other changes, something that we can definitely consider and come back to the association with.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shall we move on to sick leave?
Yes.
That was Association Proposal 11, Article 23. And just as an observation, right, so the revised contract language is intended to reflect the proposal that we provided to the city. The city has made proposals, in Article 23, and, we had some discussion of that last week. This language is just intended to reflect what the original proposal was. Okay. And so the proposal essentially is to limit the sick check, controls that the fire department has currently in the contract. And the language that would change with respect to that is found in Section 6. And, this speaks to the ability to contact people in person, or by telephone when they're off sick. And, some of the city's proposals, as we interpreted them, with some of our discussions, I would call our representative attempts maybe to modernize the sick leave program utilized in the fire department, and there's some good ideas in there. This falls into that too. I mean, the city should have controls. Nobody should be abusing benefits. And fortunately for us, most people don't, right? That's the exception, not the rule. But, you know, we do want to treat people like adults and professionals. From our perspective, there are better ways to provide those controls. And the department, of course, always has the discretion to conduct a disciplinary investigation if there's some reason to believe somebody's abusing something. But that's the intent behind this proposal.
Thank you, Rick.
Proposal 12 is our parental leave proposal, and we're suggesting to put that in Article 27 of the contract, the miscellaneous article. It could go somewhere else. We just thought that was a good place. You know, the proposed contract language is pretty much identical to the proposal itself. We know that there's a more detailed process set forth in the police contract, and you know, maybe we'll have to have some discussion about that or some of the reasons behind that. But from our perspective, what we've proposed is captures what we're looking to achieve. But we look forward to having a discussion about that. The next proposal, proposal 13, is union leave. We did talk a little bit about that earlier, but the substantive change that we would see, you know, in section 4, and we didn't include the change in Article 17 in this markup language, but the gist of it is that employees would receive 3 additional vacation hours per year, and they would have the option or there would be 3 additional vacation hours per year that would go into the union leave pool, right? So the current 3 would go to 6. This is the amount that police employees utilize with respect to that union leave, so we think it's appropriate. There are a couple of other changes, and we discussed this a little bit to carryover. You know, we had a carryover proposal with respect to uniforms. We noted the absence of carryover with vacation, but you know, with union leave, you know, you can't carry any of it over. And what we're suggesting is that we have some carryover. And the idea, you know, there is that over time, carryover provisions do help us get, in my opinion, in our opinion, it helps us maybe get to a better assessment of what the appropriate number, you know, should be. And so if we increase the hours to match the police, and it turns out that, you know, there are large balances being carried over from one year into the next, you know, would it surprise us if the city comes back and says, hey, there's too much union leave out there, we need to make some changes? No, it wouldn't. But we're proposing a carryover so that there can be some better way to gauge the use of that. And then the final change is, this isn't identified in the proposal itself. It's a bit of a change down in the weeds, and that's it. Number 5, subsection 5 of section 4 within Article 6, and that has to do with leave increments. And right now, leave increments for fire suppression, or you can't use less than 8 hours. They have to be 8-hour increments. We're proposing to make that 6. There.
I'm so sorry, Rick. I'm a little lost. What article are you on?
Activity.
Mm-hmm.
It's proposal 13. And so it's section 4, union leave pool. And so the first change that you see there is the change from 3 hours to 6 hours.
Got it. I'm with you.
No problem. The second was the carryover. And that third one down in number 5, currently if you're going to use union leave, the minimum increment's 8 hours. And we're proposing to change that to 6. And there are some operational significance to that in the fire administration, having to do with whether they would need to backfill your absence. Every time you're gone for 8 hours, they're going to have to backfill. If you're gone for 6, you know, they may not have to, right? And so there could be some savings there for the department.
Rick, I just have a quick question.
Sure.
With regard to the change in section 4, the first paragraph, would that obviate the need for the language that the city proposed to reflect the practice of when the union leave was available, or is that practice not yet captured in the language?
Yeah, I think when we were together last week, we had indicated, you know, a willingness to make the change that the city had proposed with respect to the timing when we start counting, and that change itself in language was going to reflect a change that we actually had implemented, I think, recently. And so this proposal, there's a bit of overlap here, but this proposal is intended to reflect the initial proposal, and nothing in any of the markup language should be interpreted as commenting one way or another on any of the city's proposals yet, right? So the fact that we're saying same at, section, I forget whether that language is in section 1, 2, or 3, but we're saying same as the current contract. That's not us saying, no, we don't agree to your proposal.
Yeah, and I guess what I was just trying to, not so much whether it was a rejection or not, but whether the language you have in section 4, because that is the section we proposed it in, if I'm looking at the right area. And so just, I guess, for purposes of understanding specificity with language, we would want to be sure. So this isn't intended to reflect the current practice of when that becomes available. We
It's not
still need to
intended.
review it to determine whether or not that exists.
Correct. It's not intended to reflect the current practice, and it's not intended as a commentary one way or another on the city's proposal.
Got it. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. The next proposal has to do with unit work, and I think it's the second to last proposal. And that's Article 3, management rights, and we had some discussion about this at the very beginning of the day. And so, our attempt at picking up our proposal, in Article 3 is contained here, although I would suggest that it's probably, our suggested revision is probably goes further, than our proposal. And so that we would need to talk through this. And so we're striking out personnel. Well, what about the, administrative staff and personnel who work for the fire department? We're not suggesting that those civilian positions that work not be performed by civilians. What we're, really focused on is applicant processing. This may be consistent with the city's desire to ramp some of that up. We feel, pretty strongly that uniformed personnel should be, making these assessments, and that uniformed personnel, who have that knowledge of firefighting and knowledge of, the fire department operations should be the ones determining, right, or vetting the pool of applicants. And, when it was done that way, and it was done that way when Joe, was brought on, when uniformed people were performing that work, the sense was that, there's a responsibility that goes along with that. If you're uniformed personnel, that you have to answer to all the other uniformed personnel. If I'm letting somebody in here and I have to, knowing what the job entails, and I've lived through what the job entails, do I feel like this is a person that's able to do the job and make it in here? And so, while the job has been performed by civilians for some number of years, we believe that, it's work that really is best performed by uniformed personnel, and that we can get better assessments and, more skin in the game in making those assessments. That's what's behind the proposal. We'll note that, if we have personnel, civilian personnel who've been doing that work, then there are questions of, well, what happens to the personnel who've been doing that work, who have some expertise and experience, and, and we're a union. And so, we would want to make sure that people are treated fairly. And so we're interested in figuring out ways to do that. But that's what's behind that proposal, is that we really, feel that uniformed personnel, sworn personnel should be making those determinations because of their knowledge of what it takes to do the job. The similar observation for the emergency management position, the strike through may be a little broad, right? So we might need to dial in on that. But, the emergency operations coordinator, I mean, from our perspective, that needs to be sworn personnel, somebody who understands how an emergency scene works. And so there's inherent knowledge that comes with the job that, that should be done by sworn personnel. Of course, it is done by sworn personnel now, right? And so we want to make sure that that continues. And so that's what's behind those two proposals.
Sure, and I have a specific question on that. So the emergency management coordinator today is Brian Norris. and so his uniform, and that function will continue to be performed by a uniform employee. So one of the conversations I had with Joe a while back is that we added a civilian position to be a deputy emergency management coordinator, specifically to supervise the civilian positions that we currently have at the EOC, as well as to enhance the way we do our plans that are required by the federal government, by the state, and how those are updated and how things are coordinated to enhance our community engagement and our education to the community, how to better be prepared for a disaster. The actual response and the management of the emergency and the recovery, that will continue to lie with uniform, both on the police and the fire side. We get support from civilian personnel across the city, depending on the emergency. For instance, if individuals were displaced by a flood event, we're going to get neighborhood and housing services involved. We're going to get human services involved, nonprofit organizations, that varies. But the function of the incident command, the individuals that are coordinating the response, that will continue to be a uniform responsibility, just like it has been for many years, I think, for as long as I'm aware. The one civilian that we added, in addition to the other civilians that we had, so I appreciate your clarification. I thought you were wanting to civilianize the entire office, is really to enhance and is more focusing on the administrative functions of an emergency management office. So perhaps as you go back and discuss how, and reconsider, that's what I would ask, because this is an enhancement from pure administration plans. We submit a plan to the state every 5 years. We have a hazard mitigation plan that has to be updated, monitor, manage, a lot of coordination with departments like Public Works specifically. That's one of those departments that has most of the recommendations included in the plan. Those are some of the examples of the functions that we're talking about. And of course, I would like to enhance the community preparedness piece, which is just letting the community know, where can you go if there's a flood event? What can you do if something happens? How can you be ready to help yourself, help your neighbors? So those are high level, a summary of what that position will be performing. But the actual response, again, the incident command, that will remain with the uniformed personnel, same way that it's been for many years.
The last article, no, there were two. The next one is Article 29, Drugs and Alcohol, and that's our Proposal 16. We talked a little bit about that this morning and had some back and forth. And so the language that we're suggesting would go into Section 5. And that's the section that says, look, we're gonna use the testing and cutoff levels that the DOT uses, right? And so what we put in there is accepting out marijuana metabolites, and for all of the reasons that just for random and post accident testing, but because they don't gauge impairment. And during break, we talked a little bit more about the issue because we had a discussion about it this morning, and because you gave us a proposal. And one of the things that came through is that especially with the CBD oils and those types of things that are out there for pain relief, right? Our members don't get any guidance. Our members are said, hey, the policy is the policy, and if you test hot, you test hot, and use at your own risk. And
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. Our members aren't receiving guidance from fire administration as to what to do with respect to CBD oils and therapeutic, medicines that are out there that could result in somebody testing positive for, THCA or marijuana metabolites. And, it's pretty much, use these at your own risk. And so we have people that, that we could have useful use of medication that doesn't involve anybody wanting to smoke pot. It's somebody who wants to take medicine, and they're making a choice as to, do I risk coming up hot on a drug test or not? And so even when there's no indicia of impairment, nothing like that. And so that's a big driver behind this proposal. And in fact, that's probably the primary driver behind the proposal, is those types of concerns that we're seeing.
And Rick, if I may,
Yeah.
just to, before we move on from that topic about employee concern, because we want to be sure that it's not misconstrued. And if you read the entirety of the proposal, anytime, let's say there is a threshold that's reached for marijuana, what it does is it requires the engagement at that process. It's not hot, you're hot. And so with regard to the random testing, if you look at section F, it talks about, that the testing procedure shall conform to scientifically accepted analytical methods. That's the first sentence. The next sentence is, before the results of a drug test may be used as a basis for any action, an MRO will be employed to determine if the test result is positive due to illicit drugs or prescribed or over-the-counter drugs or food substances. So I think, and then it goes on to say what will happen next. And so I think in the years past and what the intent has been all of this time is to take into those things account, right? And so for purposes of educating our members, I think it's important for them to know that hot's not going to make it hot. And it's going to be a rebuttable presumption. There's going to have the opportunity to go to the MRO. That specific provision is related to random. We've got more general provisions that follow along later in the article that talk about what is the interaction with the MRO. And so it goes on to talk about that an interview will be conducted to determine if there's an alternative medical explanation of the drugs. And so all of that to say that if the employee has this back and forth with the MRO, there is all of that opportunity to be able to account for what you just described and, the CBD oil or whatever it may be. So I want to be sure nobody's left with a misimpression that that's not already built into our system.
And you believe that there may be sufficient flexibility within the current system to address the concerns that are behind our proposed language change?
Based on what we understand about your concerns, yes, we do.
That's fair. And we'll talk about that in caucus. We have some concerns about, discretion and outside agency discretion. And that's one of the things that we struggle with, but it actually relates to, and I'm going to respond a little bit to your drug testing proposal because we're talking about the issue and it relates to this exact issue and impairment and how do you measure impairment. And, we agree that there are issues, right, with the levels for the drugs that you had identified that are currently in Article 27. And I think you've identified that, your providers, right, that your labs may have, different standards that they may utilize that are different. Without responding yes or no to the proposal, I'll tell you our concern is, right, is we want to have some type of transparency, right, so that we understand what the thresholds are. And while the DOT, doesn't answer our question for us, right? I don't know of, I will do some work, but you may already know of, for medical professionals or, are there standards that your labs are using that, it could be that a different standard, but that's identifiable may work. Our primary concern is having something that we can look at as opposed to leaving it up to the, I don't say whim. I don't mean that people don't take their job seriously, but we'd like to have a little more specificity in there.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Oh, no problem. The last proposal was duration. And the 3-year term, right, we've gone through, and there's a change in the evergreen period from what it is currently. We're suggesting 8 years, and that the healthcare contributions would not increase if we're in evergreen. And so, our proposal is not to eliminate increases in the contribution during contract, but to change that to a more CPI standard. But if we wind up in evergreen, we wouldn't want those to continue. And that's it.
Thank you, Rick. We appreciate going over in detail the proposals. We don't have anything else to go over today, do we, Liz? I forgot 2 important articles. So we wanted to give you more information about our proposal, more detailed information as it refers to Article 30, Grievance and Discipline Procedures, and 31. So Liz is going to cover that.
And Rick, this was just in response to the request last week about us going through on the operational side, some of our proposals a little more in detail. So we figured we would use some of the time we had today to be able to go through that. When we presented this as a topic and a specific change to Articles 30 and 31, we mentioned the overarching goal to bake in our disciplinary process, which I think it's safe to say that whenever we have issues related to discipline, we have to look at more than one article to be able to explain our process and to be sure everybody's expectations are met about how the process will proceed. And so the edits to 30 are an attempt to put that all in one place. So expectations are set on both sides and everybody has sort of a better understanding, and most of it captures our current practice. Some of it is a little bit different, but we'll go ahead and walk through that. So in an effort to capture that pretty clearly, we've retitled it Grievance and Disciplinary Procedures. Scope of procedure just clarifies that, we change specific reference to just the article to the entirety of the agreement. Then we get to Section 2, where we just clarify that the time limits that are enumerated in Section 2 apply to the grievance process. Nothing's changed in Section 3. Once you get to Section 4, and we mentioned this when we introduced the article on March 29th, this is designed to define the remedies for a union-initiated grievance. It does not affect the ability of an individual to bring it, but effectively states what the remedy is if the union brings the grievance, so that it effectively changes if determined a change needs to occur based on the policy or practice that's being grieved. And then that change would be what's followed on a go-forward basis. There is not another addition until you get to subsection D. And this we did cover when we introduced it. We talked about that, nothing gets better with time if something isn't going right. So 2 years seems to be a good time period to balance the interests of all of those. And also make sure that if something needs to be rectified, it's done in due order as opposed to waiting. We have had issues with people sort of not being around anymore when something finally does come to fruition with an arbitration, and it's just not helpful to either side when it's pretty stale.
About that, or would
Absolutely.
you prefer? Okay. But these are cases that are assigned to an arbitrator, right? Not necessarily, or where a demand has been filed and an arbitrator hasn't been picked. Is that what happens or?
Usually,
Okay, so the demand's filed, we don't have an arbitrator assigned. Got it.
yes. No, if we have an arbitrator selected, the only thing that holds it up is all of us agreeing on dates and pushing forward and.
But you have a hammer if there's issues with delays,
Right.
how often do arbitrators do that? But you have the ability to say, hey, we need a date here,
Right.
The
Well-
concern is cases where we don't have an arbitrator assigned.
And I would say it could be an employee filed a grievance. It was denied. The chief, the city manager denied it, and it just sits there. There's no action. So not, in addition to what Liz mentioned, could be a case when an arbitrator hasn't been selected, the conversation hasn't been started. It's just one of those things that could come up, but there's no movement.
Going on to section 5, the 120 days that's struck is just to reflect, as a practical matter, it doesn't happen within that time period. And so to reset expectations and make sure everybody understands the timelines we're working on aren't going to meet that 120 days. We've got section 6 that we've now titled as proposed the discipline section. In section A, we've added the ability for the chief to be able to give longer than a 15-day suspension, but not go to an indefinite. We believe that is a good tool. We don't think there's a lot of flexibility with either up to 15 days or an indefinite. And so this gives the opportunity for more disciplinary tools that don't result in an indefinite suspension. We've talked about the proposed discipline and the final notice. And here, what is different is the ability to be able to serve by mail as opposed to in person. And we've had circumstances where it just is not feasible to serve in person. And so by mail would be an option as well in both those sections. We also added an agreed discipline section. This benefits both sides, in our opinion, in terms of being able to come to an agreement about what is a fair, a just way to resolve a disciplinary infraction, and can save time and resources on both sides. You'll see the strike-throughs that come next that are effectively captured in a more general section and succinct section in section 7 that walk through, which pretty much are witness our practices right now with procedure and how we both prepare and tee up the witnesses for an arbitration. I think it's subsection C allows for both sides to give have a sense of what is going to be the testimony. So there's a little bit more advance notice about what that might be. Getting into the next sections with regard to the witnesses, it allows both parties more notice about who the witnesses are going to be and allows for us to be able to make them available. And with regard to sections 2 and 3, we generally follow Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, but this is a way for us to kind of codify that a little bit more for purposes of how we intend to conduct discovery in anticipation of arbitration. Moving on to section 8, we get into the 3 categories, which restates what would happen in contract grievances, non-contract grievances, and then the final is disciplinary cases. And since we've baked in the section that relates to discipline, then we just make it abundantly clear what the output potentially could be of arbitration of a disciplinary case. So if you don't have any questions, mhm.
I'll say, I think that the drafting was pretty clear. So a pretty good sense of what you're attempting to achieve. And we've had some discussions about it already. We'll continue to have some discussions, and we'll give you our thoughts on it for sure.
We appreciate that. And so just with regard to the dovetailing of Article 31, the interlining in the first section for 31 now captures that we've got a disciplinary process that's more plainly stated. And then we've also included an appeal timeline that's included in that section. So with the understanding that, we would be going through an administrative process first, and then what that timeline would be for appeal.
Okay.
Anything else? So that's all we have on our end. Is there anything on your end that you would like to discuss?
I think that we covered it. I thought we had some good conversation today. I appreciate the questions and follow-ups. And so probably a good place to wrap it up for the day. Looking forward to, I think we're at the point where we're going to be getting into substantive responses. We look forward to hearing your responses to our proposals, given the language and an opportunity for Q&A on the language today. And we certainly, are looking forward to providing substantive responses to some of yours as well.
And just for preparation for tomorrow, one of the things that we would like to be prepared to discuss with you is overtime. We appreciate the information you're giving us today. I think it clarifies some of the questions that we had that will inform our conversation for tomorrow. The other piece that we would like to get into more detail, as is one of our proposals, is the way that we handle the application and the testing for cadets. So those are the two things that, from our perspective, we would like to spend some time with you tomorrow. I don't know if there's anything in particular that you would want to focus on tomorrow, so we can also be prepared on our end.
We're definitely interested in your thoughts on overtime, and we have some thoughts of our own on application to testing, and so we're looking forward to having that discussion. I think that we are interested in, aside from our very helpful and more in-depth discussions of our specific proposals and the ideas behind them, which have been very helpful. We're also looking forward to seeing comprehensive responses, with movement in each other's direction, so that we can, start gaining some momentum in this process. So it remains our goal to get to a negotiated agreement, and we're hopeful that we're going to get there. And so, we're ready to start moving, and we're ready to hear the city start moving too. So we're looking forward to that.
Rick, to that end, do you have are we ready to TA on the article we presented this morning?
We're not
Okay.
to that end, so there I am. No, but tomorrow, let's deal with that first thing tomorrow. And on the subject of TAs, maybe one thing we may wish to consider is TAing the handful of articles that neither side has a proposal on. I don't know what the practice here has been with that, but that is probably something that we could take care of maybe between now and next week to get that ready to go as well.
Yeah, we'll look through just to see if there's anything tangential, obviously as things move. But I mean, if we haven't made a proposal on it and, our intent is that it's going to stay as it is. So,
Yeah, same here. And, look, every tentative agreement we reach is subject to an overall agreement. We understand that. We know you understand that. And if for some reason there is some tangential impact on an article that neither side had discussed yet, but clearly needs to be adjusted because of other changes we made, obviously our intent would be to go back and revisit any article that would need to be affected.
Sure. And as we go through that process, you just reminded me, Rick, we have I think it's a master health benefits agreement as part of the CBA. The table that we discussed this morning with deductibles and out-of-pockets and all that, that table would also need to be updated. So our thought was just to have that conversation today. Once we TA that article on health benefits, we would have to update the master agreement as well. I don't think we have to do it at the same time unless you feel otherwise, but I think once when we agree on the article, on the agreement, then we can update the master agreement.
Things that would have to pass through, of course.
Okay, well, that's all we have for today.
Great.
We'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I apologize. Liz just reminded me, in terms of logistics, we're meeting here today because we had a council meeting going on at Municipal Plaza. But tomorrow being Friday, we are back at the B room, which is just across from City Hall, a little easier to get there than here. So
Thanks
thank
very
you.
much.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks.